Hello, hello. Just a moment. There we go. Alright. Hello, and welcome back to some good old game development. Hope everyone's had a good day so far. Hope everyone's having a good one. Oh, yeah. Yesterday was a thing. Good lord. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, where are we at? Okay, we haven't touched the game development side since the stream, I'm pretty sure. I don't think I've really done anything since then. Disappointing to myself more than anyone. Just because time commitments have been elsewhere. Admittedly, I did do the naughty with taking a heavy bit of the day off yesterday, because I went into town to go sort out some stuff with the doctors, and I decided to stay in town, and then kind of... Oh, interesting. Like, play some games after a specific point of Magic at the store, which was fun. Hey, you Banky, how's it going? I just hit my elbow against the desk. Incredible display of coordination today, it seems. So, yeah, I am trying to do my best to wake up right now. What is on the docket? You're stuck in the hole always. I don't think I found my way out since that other time. How you doing, Roger? How you doing? I'm doing alright overall, though. Tired. Exhausted. It's gonna be how I live my life, though, basically. Alright, so... It has an exit sign. Yeah, but that's made me go in a loop for about 5 hours now. Alright, where is... That's right. I didn't open it because this lagged. There we go. Paint. Let's get paint open. Discuss what we're going to work on today, what the expectations are, and what's going to happen moving forward a little bit. So... I've talked a lot about the devlog that's coming up. Oh, flashbang. I'm not gonna step on the toes of the devlog, because it's gonna be a very important piece of info that I feel like will be better left to being said in a more official capacity, more scripted and everything like that, and with my genuine thoughts behind it. So I'm not going to do any of that discussion, but I will talk about what the devlog means and what that's going to do. But for today, if I recall correctly, we were looking at specifically 2 things this week. Controls and adding +1 normal boss. That was the aims for this week. I will say, asset-wise, I'm probably not gonna meet this marker. Just because time is gonna be really awful, because tonight I have to do a lot of editing to keep up. Because I didn't get any editing done yesterday, and none done on Sunday either, which is on my 2 normal days of doing editing, which means currently there is actually no shorts in reserve, which is really bad. I normally like to have some in reserve when I've been doing shorts. That's what I did in the past and what I've tried to do with this one as well. Because it gives me a little bit of buffer room in case something happens. So that's why, like, that's gonna happen, and I have to sort out some other things probably after stream. Actually, that's another point of call. At about 10 o'clock, so in about 2 hours, I'm gonna have a phone call that I have to go take. Hopefully it's gonna be resolved relatively quickly, because I basically have to tell them I've got a bunch of stuff I need to send through to you. If you need help editing, I can in my spare time. I mean, I would like to take that offer up, but it's just, I don't know what I want at this point. All I want is shorts, right? And at this point, I'm still trying to learn what I want out of them. Because it's just, yeah, getting funny highlight points from the streams and, putting them in together. To be fair, I do kind of want to do the structured ones soon. Again, because I've got them like talked about and scripted up. And I really think that that'd be interesting to do for discussion topics. It would also be good to use that, the fact that I'll have buffers for that, which is an important thing. I kind of almost wanted to make a video talking about the V-card stuff. Some more, because I thought making like a full constructed video, so if they ask me for like further detail, I can send that to them. As well as it's just community loose information, so it might help with people's kind of like opinions if people come across it. To be fair, that's kind of one of those things of I'd like to do more videos. I still have a video sitting in my like privated thing that I needed to finish doing the editing for, which is primarily just fixing the subtitles. That's from almost a year ago now, because it was from when Acheron released in Honkai Star Rail, and me and my friend did that pull-off thing, which is just really bad on my part. It's because I've just not had the motivation to finish off the last bits of it and fix one of the other things I needed to fix about it. Which has come to my realization, I really can't handle doing like 30-minute videos. Like 20, 30-minute long videos. They're just so arduous for me. It's just too much. But I'd love to do discussion topics that would require more than like the 3-minute time that a short does, as well as like not fast, snappy editing that shorts kind of want as well, which I already don't really do, admittedly. Like, I think my shorts are definitely lower quality than they should be, because I'm kind of lazy and just kind of toss together some of the things from the stream. I'm trying to think of a better way to approach it, but especially until I start recording my streams, which I just can't feasibly do at this stage, I don't know a good answer to that. Because I'd like to do the recording the stream so I have a higher quality version of them, but I don't think I can get away with the amount of storage that would use up. As well as I think that will probably take a little bit more out of my PC and lag it. Whereas, yeah. What I do currently is I just re-download the streams from YouTube. That's always how it goes. So, going back onto the main topic though, also hey there Lucifer. We've kinda done the weekly requirements I had towards this. I would like to work on some of the gamepad related stuff. But that's gonna be like really weird to work on, to my understanding. So I'm gonna have to do something with that. I took apart my old phone and removed its battery, installed a connector there. It's definitely gonna work, good lord. That's, I mean, if it works, it works. It works, it works. But yeah, so I'll focus primarily on adding a normal boss for today, and any other bugs that existed that I may have forgotten. It did in fact work. I mean, that's a good thing then, right? So, I did pick which boss I was going to do. If you give me a moment, I'll go find which one. Modifiers, bosses, cool. Because this boss is going to be super easy to do. Yeah, you can call me out on being like, oh, well, you're only picking the easy options, right? It's like, well, kinda, yeah. USB debug, so I can't access it since I don't, I have no screen anymore. God fucking damn it. I mean, that's on you, buddy. Okay, so... how am I gonna do this? Yeah, so the green is when it comes in. Enemy... boss. No, yeah. Enemy boss. Okay, so we are going to do... performing the darkest of magics. I mean... That's how that always works, right? It's God damn. That's especially with programming and hardware. That's most of the time what's being like when I was talking with my the nurse yesterday. It was actually quite funny. Like, I basically had to debug their system while I was there. And like partway through it, like she turned to me and goes, "Hey, so like, do you do this as a job?" And I'm like, "Well, I mean, basically." Which is always funny. Oi, USB. God, the predictive system in this needs so much work. Alright, so this is initialization functions. Don't think I have any off the top of my head that I think need to be done at this stage. Then I go into some form of array. And then we go into a stats. Boss. Stats array. Okay, so I'm gonna review over the Manhattan Dragon's moves quickly. Manhattan Dragon, main attack, charge up and dash in player's direction. This keeps adjusting position and distance. Skate strike, after a short charge, fire a skateboard at the player's direction, and fires a fireball at a location, setting it on fire for a period of time. So loosely speaking, what I'm getting from a lot of that is mid HP, so probably similar to Knife Doggo's HP pool. No, party animals, so 600. Armor. I'm just gonna go with 15 for now. It's probably not enough. Damage. Well, I mean, it is supposed to be a high impact, like, chasey sort of one, so we'll go with that. Speed, consider the 1.5 range. Experience is what typically? 25? Damage, speed, experience, 25, yep. And then it's scale? What's that? Experience and scale, just do 1.5 and 1.5 for now. There we go. And then from there we do, this is the main attack. I believe this is the required range for the attack to trigger. I don't know what I want for that. That's why I think this is -1, because I believe -1 is indicative of it being cool wherever. So I think I'm gonna go with like 400. We're in the suggestions, it's still fucking shite. And then this is the actual attack. Yeah. There we go. And it's all other. Yeah. Hey, you devil, how's it going? So this is going to be interesting because, yeah, so I'm going to need to path and walk speed 0 this. Like that's absolutely true. Almost choked and died by a piece of bread like 15 minutes ago. That's impressive. on the floor fight of your life, good lord. Oh yeah, that's right. Banky, you still here? I wanted to thank you again, Banky, because you're a fucking legend. And how we've got something interesting for, probably be next week? Because yes, I did do the thing that you requested. So we've got that to go through now as well. So yay. I'm actually kind of excited now. But yeah. Got that all sorted out on, was it Tuesday night, I think? Tuesday night's when I normally do all my money stuff. Get depressed when I have only like $10 left over for food. I'm used to it now. Nah, it wasn't that bad this week. I was a little naughty though, yesterday. So there's 2 cards that have been at the store sitting there for ages that I have been eyeing up, and because I had like the money, I'm like, I was gonna buy it next week anyway. So now I have there's a Hull and Thassa's Oracle for the hashed-in deck. Which was really funny because I was chatting with the guy there and he's like, I hate that Nezahal costs like 14 or whatever dollars. Like, it would cost quite a bit now because it used to be like a 50-cent bulk rare. And it's like, pain. Why can't we have that back? But yeah, now I've got really good cards in the hashed-in deck. Because the fact is, with the Thassa's Oracle, I have a win con now. Like a hard win con. Which is really fun. But yes, no, we have the things to do. I actually also realized, because like while I was dealing with the stuff for my Switch, separately, like I could take it out of the dock to do that sort of stuff. That screen is so fucking dirty. The screen on my actual Switch is so disgustingly dirty. I need to actually clean it properly soon. Okay. So that is a variable I'm going to have. The fun part with this is I'm going to be updating this. There we go. I have an idea. I don't think it's a good one. We'll see how it goes. So what I'll do is I'll get this bit here as well. Alright. And then put that in here. However, other dot zone ID will equal ID here. So this will be the initialization of this. So I'm gonna need to make a thing for checking have we done that? Like, are we in the middle of attacking? Oh yeah, I do that, right? That's how I do the soft lock for it. So we do this. Because this will swap it to the attack. And then we put in... God damn it. Yeah. Else. Alright, so what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make an attack that will adjust the attack's direction constantly throughout like the fight, like while it's targeting you. So it will kind of be one of those situations, like say it will start, say boss is here and player is here, and it will be this zone here that is targeting, right? But say the player moves here, it will readjust in accordance, as well as if the player, say, moved closer, it would readjust in accordance with that as well. We have a minimum range and a maximum range, so we'll set those to clamp out those values. So min range will be, say, 100, and max range will equal, what have we put it as? It's like 400, so we'll go with 550. So if you get far enough away, it can't target you, but keep in mind it's got travel time as well, because we're going to be making it so it flies at you. So else if and this will be where we do our cleanup. So we got min range, max range, we'll need current range as well, which I'm just going to set to 0. And then we're going to get all of the stuff we'll need here. So point direction, we're also going to need current range equals point distance. And that's going to be other.x, other.y, target, which is the player that we're targeting, .x, and target .y. This will give us our range. We're going to be having to run this kind of script quite a bit with things. In fact, there's a very valid argument to be made that I should be holding the player that it's targeting, so it doesn't just swap between players aggressively. Once it picks a target, it picks a target. So I'm gonna go attack target equals -1. And then we're going to change this to being attack target equals this, and then we replace all instances of target with this. It's not liking a lot of the stuff I'm doing because it's just not completed yet, and that's fine. We'll get to it. So... to do with... So, current range is that. But also, current range... I mean, we could one-line this, but I'm just gonna... So... min range, max range. So again, this is one of those times where, like, this could just be done in one line. Because all I would need to do is take this point distance, and put it here, and then we're done. I'm gonna do it this way. It's just easier to read out. Now, we said that length is now going to be current range, however, it's others.current range. And then what we're going to do is with zone ID in here, because we know it exists, we're going to have length equal other dot current range and angle equal other dot attack hold target direction. Now, we're technically not actually updating these yet, so let's update these all again. So we're going to just grab this stuff here and repost it here. Bada bing, bada boom. So this should mean it consistently adjusts as necessary. Then we'll have here be where we trigger the attack. So we're gonna use a fairly similar one as to this. However, I'm not going to care about the place meeting problem. Played some Kami today, because really wanted a Metroidvania, man. Games are good sometimes. Kami. Which one was a Kami? I feel like I remember the name. Yes, I recognize this. What is this? Ooh, that art style looks really nice. I'm just gonna have to mute it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to mute it because Capcom. Sometimes it's a bit weird. Okay. Got it, so it's the end of the world. God, that's pretty. Ah, yes, dunk them with the fox. It seems interesting of a game. Essentially, fast 3D. Yeah. So it makes sense. 30p, the HD port does not allow to go to 60 FPS. It's a difficult thing. So a technical limitation with FPS that a lot of people won't understand sometimes is sometimes the game's balanced around frames. And that's a really, really rough time. Because like to undo that, you have to basically recode the game. But I get the complaint as a consumer, I agree. But it's also like, I do get why they have to do that sometimes. Especially with console games, FPS limitation is necessary because you do have to balance around FPS. Because there's not really other ways to do internal timers without causing so much additional resource usage. It's very pretty, very chill, has some fun references and joke, especially if you know a bit of Japanese culture and folklore. Ooh, then I might like it a bit more than the average person, because I'm a huge fan of that sort of stuff. Okay, so... I'm gonna need that, basically. Oops. Really dislike that aspect of this sometimes. So that's the main thing I'm gonna need. So I'm gonna need this bit of code here for the like leap in direction. How do I want to handle this though? I can see that with FPS, like a ladder desync in Dark Souls 1 was strictly tied to FPS. I can see Okami falling under the map on 60 FPS and other problems. Yeah, no, exactly, right? Like, that's one of those things that a lot of people underestimate with these remasters coming back and just certain games. Is that, yeah, FPS matters a lot more than it may seem. For better or worse. Like, that's the important thing to acknowledge with this stuff, is that, like, I want to stress, I acknowledge the shittiness that is the situation, but I also accept that, like, you kind of have to work with what you're given, right? I think I could make just 2 time source. Here, one having it loop and then one having it not loop. It should be fine. Okay, so it's time, and then it's unit type, which I want time source units frames for this one. Then argument is but yeah, like, it's I mean, even modern games have that issue quite a bit. In fact, this game's gonna have soft problems with that, is there's certain weapons that are based off FPS. But like, there's a reason why I've gotten this FPS to be fairly strict. It's just there's like, I think one of the examples I could give is, what's it called again? Idle Song. I think it's Idle Song off the top of my head. That weapon, you can have it accidentally not trigger correctly based on if your game is starting to lag. Also, Juniper's weapon would significantly become worse the higher your FPS, because it has it slowly dissolves the thing. It slowly removes alpha from the thing per frame, very, very small amount, and once it hits below a certain amount, it deletes the weapon. So it just basically means that, like, you would phase it out like twice as fast if you had double the FPS. So this is a reason to kind of not underestimate how impactful FPS is for balance purposes. And it's really weird. Now, validly speaking, you could make an argument, well, why not do better? It's like, yeah, well, fuck you. Okay, so for how many I want of this, I need to set the distance I'm traveling. How many repetitions? Because this is per frame. So I want the amount of travel, distance, and the total length. How am I going to do the math of this? Because it could just be... Let's get out the good old calculator. I know one game as well had an issue, and it was really funny that I watched a streamer or a YouTuber play it, right? And they're like, this game's impossible to beat. How is this doable? Like, how are people actually beating this game? Because it was kind of a Vampire Survivors-y sort of game. And it was really funny because then after that video got released, he got informed that it was tied to FPS, and he left his uncapped, which is hitting like 200 to 1,000 FPS, whereas the game's balanced around 30 FPS. So yeah, it was impossible because things were spawning sooner than they should have been. And it was really funny. So if I've got, say, a length of 200, is it 40 frames that I want it to take to do it? So, as a reminder, I believe this game is balanced around 60 FPS. So, if I want 200, honestly, what would I need for... Is it, if I do... No, that's not how you do the math for this, right? Because then if I do... Yeah, that's not right. No, it's 200. I mean, that kind of gets me where I want, right? So if I do, let's see, where is it? Current range divide by 3. And then we take these. Put 3 in here. And then put in... so this had place meeting. I want this to be able to go over terrain because this is the dragon flying at you. This makes sense for it to go over terrain. But I am still going to handle it kind of like this. The ability to add something in later if I must, with place meeting if I need to. But before we go further with this, because there's going to be an error. That will fix that error. And then I'm going to make another time source create with pause array push function ID this, and I'll I'll just set this up correctly early. So again, with the ID, so with the boss, because that's what we're trying to do here, we're going to tell it that it's the end of the attack, right? So the hardest part of this is not actually going to be the end of the attack stuff that we'll be telling it, because it will just be this stuff here, basically. Let's see if we can get a better copy of what I want. Yeah, this one. So I'm going to do that, and then also with this, is there anything else I feel like I need to reset? Because most of these are going to reset on when necessary, like attack target and stuff. The tag target gets immediately reset here. Okay, cool. So then we need the time for this. So the time is going to be another current range related one. So the repetitions is current range divided by 3 every frame. So ironically enough, that should actually mean I can just do for the thing, if I go put that in a thing, because that's how many repetitions we want every frame. Now, the question is, do I do something with this to transfer it into just straight seconds? I don't think that's necessary. I think we just time source it with frames again. And this should be correct. The only other thing I need to do before I forget is pass through ID. Okay, so then we come out of this. Not that. And then we have, I think this is another array, and these are our abilities. And then how an ability is written is it's a struct, priority, cooldown, function. So I'm just gonna yoink this for a sec. And yeah, that does nothing for now. Cool. So now we need a way of spawning the boss. What item is that? That'd be 4? 3? 3. Right, because it's 0, 1, 2, 3. Manhattan Dragon. Yep. Cool. So what we're doing is we're setting up again, so I can just press key B. While we're in the game room, and I should be able to spawn the boss. And we'll see from there if it can actually do the targeting that we want it to. And if there's any crashes. But yes, Manhattan Dragon's gonna be a fun one, because it's yet again another childhood reference, which I think's gonna be fun. Stretch. So the targeting's more or less there. And yeah, minimum range as well. Interesting. Okay. So that part is kind of working, kind of not. Okay, so I think I got this wrong then. Play runners. Hey Joshua, how's it going? I wonder how the best way to handle this is. Because it looks like I'm not handling this the way I want it to be. You? I mean, I'm tired, but other than that, doing pretty good. But to be fair, one, everyone's perpetually tired, and two, as am I, very perpetually tired nowadays. Right. Is there any other way that I'd want to approach that? Okay, spawn the boss in. Unless... Wait a minute. Almost seems like, yeah, it's... Let me put a debug message in here. I want to see if this is like, see if it's resetting here. Earlier than I'm intending for it. It's always a important thing to double check if that's occurring or not. Oh, I need to go get some more water to drink soon, I think. Like, the problem is at the moment, right, is I feel like my motivation is waning with just game dev in general. And it's like, I'm doing a lot of planning, but like, I'm just trying to underdo the planning as much as I can at the same time, so I don't have to do so much. Pizza? Dude, I'd love some pizza right now. That'd be nice. I've finally decided that I should have enough money for next week so I can finally go get some fish and chips, actually. Yeah, it looks like it's still getting the retargeting going. So like around here. So I guess I shouldn't be doing this bit here. At least not at that stage yet. What if I do this then? Because I think that's what's happening is like, -1 is meaning that it's triggering the thing, so it's getting through all the rest of it, it's failing some of it, but it's not creating an error, so it's still getting the readjustments. But like the current range can't be readjusted for the stuff because it's already triggered. But the angle is changing, which is not what we want. I want it to go in a straight line after triggered. So, hopefully, by moving the zone thing there, that should give me that answer. Whoa! What a... Okay, I see an issue that has now come and arisen to in this. Yikes. Okay. So, let's change this then. And zone ID does not equal -1. And then we change this to an else if zone ID does not equal -1. And that should resolve that issue. That was kind of funny, I'm not gonna lie. So what happened there was this else event is getting re-triggered a shitload, so it was stacking a bunch of movement stuff and it would fling it off the map. Which is just funny to me. Actually, that's a good question. Now that, like, pizza's been put in my mind, should I make, like, an item or a effect that's pizza related? Is there any VTubers specifically that pizza's best relevancy, or should we just make it as a thing? Okay, so I've got to increase that speed though. Like, that's just not doing it. So let's put this to instead 6, double speed. Which means we need to change all of these variables to fit. Ooh. Yep. There we go. Computer's dying for a moment. It's always the best way to do it. Have the computer die while trying to do programming. God, could you imagine an actual PC upgrade and this never happening anymore? Wouldn't that be a feeling? Oh, I can't see chat at the moment because it's trying to reload it, apparently. Okay, there we go. That should fix that. Okay, Game Maker is just completely dying right now. I'm gonna force this to stop so my computer can catch up. Give it a solid moment. There we go. There. Got that. Fixed. Awesome. Yay. Why is that chat not refreshed though? What's going on with your brain? Honestly, I understand that, Devil. I understand that all too well. I really, really, truly do. Alright. So this should noom now across the screen. See, that's annoying. For some reason, the chat on screen is saying that it's loading, but it's also loaded. Like, I can see that it's actually loaded. So I'm gonna just refresh it manually there. And see if that fixes the issue. Because I can see it on my end on the side piece that I have, but it just looks like it's being weird on the stream itself. On the output. That's the word I was looking for. I knew I could get there eventually. To be fair, my computer is very heavily dying right now, and I'm gonna see if I can do something about that. Is there anything that's just kind of in the background that shouldn't be? What the fuck are you doing, Razor? Why are you going at 60%? Not 6%. Every time it's trying to do an update. It'd be really fucking annoying if it is. Okay, well, see if I can fix that in a little bit. I want to see what this looks like in game. I think I just did one of those, like, too many things at once, and it's just cascaded into an annoying situation. It happens. Especially with programming, it happens a lot. Alright. Alright, so... this should move a lot faster now. And everything should work for it perfectly fine. So obviously the attack is occurring more often than it will long term, but we're getting a solid idea of how I want the attack to feel from this. Just fucking punched my phone. What the? God damn it. Okay, cool. Yeah, so I like how that's looking at the moment, outside of obviously the reset timer, which I just need to separate these two things out. That's pretty much it, right? Like, let's go look again at... so that's where I got it from. Yeah, this is more likely what I'm gonna do here. Make it like every 5 seconds it can do that attack. Do the sweep and attack. I don't like that. Okay. So that leaves us with the projectile, which is super simple because I could just yoink the same code out of the Knife Doggo. Knife Doggo is basically the exact same code. And then the other one was breathe fire at a location and leave a bit of a like an explosion, I think it was, or is it damaging area? Yeah, the chat on screen is just fucked for now. Got it. Like completely. I've tried fixing it multiple times now. Alright, so where was I? Manhattan Dragon. After a short charge, fire a skateboard. Fires a fireball at a location, setting on fire for a period of time. Yeah, so the next two attacks are copy and paste, basically. I need to copy and paste them, and I need to do, and then we'll do assets, and that's better. For the Manhattan Dragon. So I'm not actually too fussed about getting those sorted right now. They're not that urgent, but it does mean that I can probably get it done by next week, yeah, shouldn't be a hard statement to make. It depends on, so okay, I want to talk about the devlog. If you'd give me the time to talk about the devlog, because the devlog is like a big deal to me. And I kind of want to know if there's anything in particular people would like to see out of the devlogs. So I'm gonna be doing slides and stuff like for the devlog. Alright, it's gonna be me going like pretty intense and setting up a thing. Best example of it would be like a very amateur variant of Digital Extremes Warframe dev streams. Where instead of being active and interacting though, I will be just going through things like that. Where it's like, here's the way of structuring everything. Here's slides, here's fucking assets to show off, so on and so forth. So, at this point in time, I have noted down somewhere what my devlog intentions are. Are they in here? No, I think it's written down in the script area, which I need to go find my script for it then. Because I start, again, like, I'm scripting it up. I'm not hard scripting it, though. It's going to be bullet pointed. Because I don't think anyone wants to hear me just reading a script off. This one? Yes, it is. Okay, so I will kind of go through in the list of, like, updates that have happened, current work, and future work. Right, I think that's the shorthand of my intentions. Yeah. So, God, it's so hard to see like this. Right, so I'm not gonna go into, like, real heavy detail about what these are right now, but this is basically what the devlog structure is gonna be. For this one, like, it's pretty clear what's gonna be talked about. It's all the updates since, basically, since last devlog. Right, that's pretty clear. Our current work is stuff we're working on right now, and things around that, and things that I'm working on in the background as well. And then the future work like the future work is kind of like the timelines, the goals, and stuff like that. I'm not gonna hard set numbers though. As I've said before, I don't want to set. I'm trying to do my best to refrain from giving like hard answers on when an update will come out or when a benchmark will be met, because all that ended up doing to me the main time I did that was I just stressed myself out and produced something that was nowhere near the quality I was hoping for. And that would be, I believe, one of my, I think that was the first release that I did. Is I basically spent like 2 weeks, like little to no sleep, little to no like breaks, and it was when I was really emotionally not okay. That pushed me way too far. Like, it definitely did not help me at all. I think I took like all of maybe a couple of hours off for those 2 weeks because that was my 2-week break from uni at the time. And yeah, that just didn't result in a good outcome. So I'm not doing that again. Because I was like, it shouldn't be too bad. And then a bug happened, and then another bug happened, and then another bug happened, and then so on and so forth. Now it's a little bit more like I can freely say an update every few weeks isn't actually impossible. And that's because we've got a lot more foundation in mind and a lot of foundational stuff done now. So each update to the game is just adding a little bit more color and cleanup. Or adding new, cool new things. Like, that's why I do need to do modifiers soon. I need to really work on modifiers, I think. Because I think that system hasn't been updated in far too long now. But yeah, I'll keep revisiting this during the stream, see if there's anything anyone in particular has towards this that they want to like put in their 2 cents maybe. Of what they would like to potentially see out of something like a devlog. Because obviously I'm open to thoughts on that. I think I'm gonna close a couple of things and reopen a couple of things, just to try and reduce some lag that's happening. I'm getting a bit too much overhead problems. I don't want to close this because this is my art assets. Isn't there a way to, like, save all tabs as a speed dial folder? Cool. That should improve things, because yeah, again, like, I had art assets sitting there. Why is that not technically reconnecting? I wonder. But yeah, like, I don't know what people might want to see out of devlogs, because, like, I can have my opinions towards it from based on other things. But, like, yeah, those opinions are are just opinions. Maybe people want to see, I don't know, more gags, more jokes. That might be a fun thing to do. But, like, I don't know. It's, I think it's one of those things that I don't think I'm gonna get a good answer for as well. checking everything. Ah, it's just kind of broken. I'll see if it breaks further with it. It's like I could do like a straight up devlog stream, but I feel like that's just not as necessary right now. For those, especially knowing that like the advantage that a devlog stream has is that you can get like community interaction out of that. We don't really have enough of a community around the game. Most of the community around this game is around me at this point. So these streams already kind of act as that way of people coming, talking to me and giving their opinions, as well as people just leaving comments on the update or sending them via DMs to me. Oh, hey there, Jen. How's it going? That's fucked at the moment completely. Come to from the curse damage to you. What? The curse damage to your soul. I see. There we go. Also, yay! If I just let it refresh slower, I think I fixed it. There we go. Alright, okay, there we go. That's because I missed the other stuff. You know what makes a coffee extra flavorful? Expired milk, extra tang. Ooh, fuck no. I do not want to be... I don't want to talk about fucking chunky milk again. Chunky milk is not one of my favorite things to talk about. Ugh. Dude, there was a meme I saw the other day. That was like, the mother took a glass of milk out of her, like, child's room. And just, that was fucking foul. Because she went to tip it out, and it didn't tip out. Then she slapped the bottom of it, and then it just kind of plonks out and exploded. It's quite a chunky mess, and that was disgusting. Like, you cannot see that and not have a mild gag reflex moment. I would not believe a single person that can, unless they've never smelled what that would smell like. Like, I'd be washing the hell out of that sink for, like, ages. It's just foul. It's just foul. To be fair, at least it's not any, like, the bilk jokes that get made. Oh, that's a good point. Where am I at with that asset? I could show working on that asset. And it wouldn't be too bad as long as it's far enough along. I can't remember. I feel like I worked on it. Or started working on it. Maybe I'm wrong. No, I did the other one. That's right. Darn, that would have been a really good thing to work on. Because anything else I have to work on, I want to hide because I don't want to show it on stream. I want to save it as the devlog stuff. The pain, the misery. Yeah, I don't think there's really much else I'm gonna do with Manhattan Dragon, because like I said, all of the rest of it's copy-paste and like just slight adjustments, so it's probably not gonna even matter if I do it on or off stream. Because it's just gonna be yoinking, this code here. And then yoinking, this code here. And then just changing it so the duration that the object will have is significantly lower. And that's it. That is literally it. Oh. Guess we could just play the game for a little bit, see what comes out of that. Play a different character than I've played in a while. What's a character we could play that would be interesting to test out? See if we get a crash out of them or something. Because that's always important to do sometimes, just play the game. I should also at some point remove a lot of the debug text that exists inside of bosses, because there's a lot of debug code in them that just runs and does nothing for the player. What's a character I could play? Because it's also good at a chance to see an older character, potentially, that, like, it needs an update. Not, like, visually, like Booby. Booby's pretty much there. He's had multiple updates. It's just, visual needs to be updated a little bit. What about Shy Lily? I still think there's way more I could have done with her that's interesting. Alright. Healthy quick start seems actually really good with enemy haste. Yeah. I'm gonna take the shiniest marks. Now let's see if I get a boss and suffer miserably. No, it's just boss monster rush, thank god. Demon Blood's pretty good with Shy Lily because she is, like, kind of wanting to be in the middle of the fight. It keeps her going a little bit. I think Womp Womp's the one that, like, I'm the most disappointed in at the moment. Like, I just feel like it doesn't do shit. Damage reduction and damage percent. Is this good on Shy Lily? I mean, it's not bad. But I think, like, if I was to compare it to, like, Shanya's marks, I think I know which one I'd prefer. This is percentage armor that it gives later as well. So technically, like, increased armor wouldn't be a bad bet here. But I think I'd take the Shanya's marks. Yeah, so that's not working how it's supposed to. Oh. Looks like I'm getting my phone call down. Give me a second. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. Important phone call thing. Ugh. God, I hate when my brain's not working and I can't communicate very well. That's basically what happened there. That was a very important phone call that I just fucking fluffed. Because my brain just couldn't remember the things I needed for it. My memory's gotten really bad recently. Like, literally the last 2 days, I've just not been able to do things at all. It's been quite frustrating. Stream Elements is awful. How do you manage? I don't use Stream Elements. All my stuff is, relatively sorted out. So why is this goddamn streamer bot's broken again? It's really fucking annoying. But yeah, no, this is a good old raw OBS. And I use Streambot for the chat, but the chat's just struggling today for some reason. Let's see if I refresh it from here again. That's gonna improve it. Right. Oh, I'm just going to turn off my streamer bot for a moment and redo it from the ground up. Because StreamerBot actually enables like a lot of cool things I can do if I need to, but I don't do a lot of them. So there's an argument to be made that it's not that necessary, but it means that I can combine chats very, very easily. That's the major thing. Now, well, this is one of those times I'm just going to turn this off for a split second. Because that's going to give me a lot more overhead to work with. Don't worry, I'll be back in a mo. But I'm just trying to get the thing sorting. So I can actually have chat properly back again. Oh, God, I am in desperate need of something that wakes me up. Alright, everything's partly connected so far. Partly connected, and then OBS is still just fucked. Yep. It's really annoying. So if I go to this. Fuck, I've even given myself overhead and my computer's still dying. Wow. What is OBS doing today? So I'm just gonna send a good old test. Saw the Twitch one, I didn't see the YouTube one. YouTube one is very delayed. Oof. Came through though. Okay, seems to be working. We'll go with that then. Pong, exactly. Always got to send that pong. Ping pong. Alright. Let's get the VTuber back on. I feel almost like the stream is empty without it. It's so wrong. I feel naked almost. And it's got nothing to do with the fact that I may or may not be naked in real life. You'll never know. That's the best part of VTubing. You'll never know if I'm actually wearing clothing. That's the truest strength that is offered to VTubers. Until your skin fails. Well, you know. Just keep performing the Eldritch ritual to become anime and you'll be fine. It's always how it works. There we go. It's only a small orphanage that needs to be used every time. There we go. Ah, much better. Yeah. Alright. Alright, So, where were we? I was talking about devlog, right? Was the main thing. I still don't know what I want to do with devlog. I really don't. Oh yeah, I was gonna try and play the game. Just play the game and see what it felt like. Actually, before I do that, I want to see if I can go fix that Shy Lily problem really quickly. The, thing with her ult. Trying to remember what I need to do for that, though. There's a specific tag I need to put somewhere, a specific value. I do think Shy Lily needs an update, though. I do think I have not been kind enough to her kit, and it's been ellipsed very easily. I'm trying to think what needs to be done about it. I think it's Womp Womp needs something there that's just better, but not like so much better that it becomes like, again, it's an ability, right? So there's a level of it can't be so strong that it's too defining. So I don't think that's the term for it anymore. And the weapon parent scripts should be able to find it. Oh yeah, I can just put a negative, right? That's the idea. Dallas! Is it? No. God, I still love that bit. It's such a stupid bit. I guess what I could do is I could try and like have knockback and pull done as two separate things. So push and pull being two separate things. It just feels so weird. Alright, we'll quickly test Shy Lily's EX, but I don't think I'm gonna test her too much. Just because I don't think she's, there's much I can learn from her currently. I think is how I phrase it. Other than the fact that we need to do something about her ability. It's just very underwhelming. Ah, that's actually just really bad, huh? So we should have EX now. That doesn't really do anything. Lab pillow is probably a bad bet here. Getting a shitload more healing right now. It's kind of necessary. I do probably need that next level of Shiniest Marks, though. It gives me armor based on missing health. It's not gonna do much. The negative knockback's gonna do nothing, right? Yeah. So yeah, no, I just do need to handle pull completely separately. So I think it purges when it goes below 0, is the idea. That's really unfortunate timing, huh? I just need that armor that's giving. Do I make it so, okay, question, do I make Womp Womp instead, like, when you take damage, you have a chance of just dealing damage in an area around you? So that's a consideration I'm having. I don't think that makes Shylily extremely strong or anything. I think it very, very barely improves what she's currently doing, but I think it's more relevant than what she currently has. Because it does mean that she gets a little bit more, like, frontline-y effectiveness. It's not sounding too bad, I'll be honest. Because, yeah, just this current Womp Womp feels fucking awful. Hey, Matthew, how's it going? I still think it's just Womp Womp, but I think I just changed that to being that kind of effect instead. On damage, have a chance to deal... The question is, what do we do in response to the damage? Do we deal damage equal to the damage you take in an area around you, amplified? Do we make it a flat damage? Do we make it scale or something? Because Shylily does get a lot of damage and armor, so we could do something there. Making a Sephiroth deck for fun? Hell yeah. Gotta love Massacre Worm in the fucking commander slot. To be fair, at this point, probably the only character I want to actually, like, use outside of Yashalta. Yashalta, or however it's pronounced. I can't actually remember how it's pronounced. It's been too long since I've played. Final Fantasy 4 or 14. I wonder, what if I made her passive? Whenever you do a knockback effect, it does something. Like, deal bonus damage based on knockback distance when you apply knockback. Then I could make her kit more about knockback, which would be interesting. Means I could lower her damage, which is already too low, I'll be honest, so it means I'm raising her damage, be the major buff that she probably needs. Because yeah, like, my damage is fucking god-awful. Okay, let's think about that. So, if we make the passive, or no, not the passive, the ability when you would knock back, deal damage equal to the knockback effectiveness, but amplified by armor instead of damage. And then have that as our scaler for it. That's our lever for leveling it. It's good because it gives us multiple instances of damage, which is what our passive Shanya's Marks wants. Dealing damage is a chance to apply an effect. That means that they take additional damage. Except I don't think it's working. Do need to look into that. No, it's working. Okay, well, I'm about to die. No. God, this healing is insane there. The knockback idea seems interesting. It gives her, like, a more unique kit as well. Good lord, you take so much damage in these, huh? Because it's every half second, I believe, is the damage window. Good lord. But yeah, like, I've been going for almost 11 minutes. I haven't even killed the boss that came out of the shrine, let alone the first boss. So... I will have to do a soft check, though, for knockback. Because we do have... every weapon has knockback. So, the question becomes... Do we... Do we make it so it requires the knockback to be notable? Or do we just make it for every knockback, so technically every weapon's gonna deal like an extra, not even 1 damage realistically? I think we do give it a cutoff point. Like a threshold. But the threshold's gonna be so, like, again, the threshold's gonna aim to not be notable. It's minuscule, but it's notable. Oh, party animal's dead. Yeah, that noise as well is really annoying. I need to do something about that. I need to do better with scaling audio like that. Because you can hear the echoing noise that occurs when too much audio is getting overlaid with the exact same thing. It does move Shiloh into this very strange build, though, if we do the knockback thing. I like the idea of it, though. It's very unique. But EX needs to be reworked, I think. Honestly, there's a valid argument to be made. I remove it, locking you in place, keep it so you take damage, but just run around with a giant vortex tied to you, which is pretty good. Yeah, the amount of distance you kind of have to travel for the one currently just doesn't make it worth it. Okay. So let's go through those ideas then. So main thing is, let's see. Let's go through what actually is the case. Womp womp. Feels bad. Alright. That's objectively the case. Overall damage low. No clear. So those are, I think, the three key things about Shylily that stand. Is Womp Womp feels bad, doesn't do basically anything, especially for such a arguably important part of her brand. It's got to be more notable. Shanya's marks are not very obvious, but hey. So you're saying Womp Womp feels like a Womp Womp? Yeah, basically. Womp Womp. But yeah, so damage is low, Womp Womp feels bad, and no clear synergy. So I think the idea of going down the knockback path is interesting. So I need to look at Weapon Parent, it's knockback enemy. How is knockback enemy done? So process enemy knockback is separate. So what we could do is in here, on knockback effects, we would write in something here, so we do an on knockback effect. If the character is knocked back, do these triggers. So, in the case of what Shylily's is going to need, we're going to need distance is definitely going to have to pass through. That's fine. And that's going to be fairly normal. So, ID and distance actually has to pass through. So, ID of the target and the distance that's getting pushed. So, with that being the case, I'm gonna need a visual of an on trigger, like an on event trigger concept, which is this. Alright? No, that's on, yeah, that's on crit events here. So we're gonna need this. And then we're going to have a new trigger that is on knockback. And instead of these values getting pushed through, instead of damage getting pushed through, we're going to push through ID and distance. Actually, we do this in the other order. It seems kind of weird of a thing, but I can explain why if need be. The short answer is the distance is going to probably be guaranteed used for almost any time we would do a knockback effect. The ID might not be. So, by doing it this way, it means that I can let the ID fizzle out of a variable, and not be necessary, but the distance being guaranteed, so I'm not having to pull additional data and handle additional data storage whenever I do triggers. So, if we do this, then we go back to the no, that's the O player. We want player characters, Shylily. So this is just doing 0 at the moment, so I'm just gonna put this back to 0. And I did say I was going to make it so it was above the baseline threshold of the weapon. So I need to look at the basic weapon knockback. Basic is 10. So if we go back here, if distance is greater than 10 on knockback effects. There we go. Okay, forehead maps, Shanya's mark, womp womp, here we are, womp womp, womp womp. So underneath description here, I believe, is where we do triggers. So as an example, the trigger type skill? No. That's not what I want. I need an example. Oh, it is that. I'm now a little confused. Oh, lazy. That's it. Got it. Oh, we'll just be a little lazy then. Okay, so now on knockback, it's going to trigger what is here currently. So we're not going to care about this bloody travel shite. There's not going to be a cooldown involved. And we're getting, coming into this is this, well, I actually do have those still thinged. Distance and ID. So what we're going to do is instead, we're going to do deal damage, target, ID. The damage is going to be, and this is going to be where we get really weird with this. So what did I say again? It was going to be the distance times, and then we'll try and do a modifier that is player armor times value 0. then value 0 can start out at, say... So if I had like 1% or 10, if I had 10%, that would mean 60 armor would give 6 times the distance, which could be like 40. 6 times, so 6 times 4 is, wait, no, not 6 times 4, 6%. Wait, that's not how that's gonna be. Yeah. I'm gonna have to divide this by 100 then, just to make this like a little bit more reasonable value to try and get. So this is gonna turn this into a percentage, what's ever coming out of this. Basically is what we're doing. So if I have, say, 6% of, say, so 6 times 4 is 24. Yeah, I know, that's why I was confused because I did that math in my head with the 6 times 40. And I was like, wait a minute, that's not right. It's 6% of 40. So that would be, what? 1% of 40 is 0.4? So, so that'd be 2.4? 2.4 damage. It's 2.4. Yeah. So, do I think 2.4 damage is enough? 60 armor is not unobtainable. It's gonna be definitely harder. But like stacking armor does get diminishing results naturally, so... But then this is going to be giving percentage bonus to armor, so it could get quite high. I didn't actually look during that run how much armor we were sitting at certain points. I should have. If that's the case, I think we go with 5% of what current armor is each time. So 0.05, so that brings it up to 10%. 0.05 brings it up to 15%. That's actually quite a bit. Let's see. Anyway, I gotta save showing off the Sephiroth deck till Saturday. Yeah. Dude, I gotta figure out some other things. Like, I've been playing around. I'm gonna be honest, right? Do you know what I'm more excited for right now? Is the Dragons expansion. Because, like, it's reminded me of why, like, So, okay, this is one of those fucking I will not deny how stupid this sounds when you explain it out like this kind of situations. So, when getting into MTG, I've talked about this kind of before. Yeah, Dragon's one. Yeah. No, I know the expansion name. I'm just kind of like the Dragon's one though. I kind of sat there, and one of the questions I gave myself is, what kind of player do I want to be? Alright. So, when asking this question, what kind of player? What comes from this is the kind of decks that you would play. Now, in games, depending on the game, I will play a specific way. In MMOs, I tend to then look at what the visual style of the game is. If I can make, like, with Elder Scrolls Online, I made a tiny midget female character that looked really, really cute as a giant juggernaut of a character. Like, they were a hell of a tanky character. And I love that. I love dichotomies like that, where it's like, you see one thing, you get the other thing. It's great. I absolutely adore that. Same with everything I play. That's why I liked, in Final Fantasy, I played one of the cat girls, and I mainly played tank classes. And it's like this cute, pink-haired cat girl that's all girly and all that, and it's just, I'm going to fucking tank. Then I will play big burly people, and then they will be mages. Because it's really funny that you've got this dude that walks up and it looks like he's about to crush your fucking skull because fighting, and he's like, I use spell. And it's like, are you stupid? And it's like, no. I use spell. And then it just nukes you. Subversion of expectations. These are the things I like to do. But at the same time, I have certain things I like. Dragons and vampires, for example, are things I've almost always liked. I grew up with Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and I drew dragons all the way through my childhood. And this is what led to this question of, do I kind of want to play Kindred? Then I sat there, I'm like, yeah, but if I play Kindred, I've got basically like vampires and dragons to choose from, and everyone plays dragons. Everyone loves dragons. Dragons are awesome. That's not a question. So I went with vampires instead, is my idea. That's why I went down wanting to do the Edgar Markov deck and all that sort of stuff. Everything. I've now come to the realization, people don't actually play those Kindred decks all that much. People play decks to have fun. And because Kindred is normally not a good deck architecture, outside of those more expensive cards, it kind of falls flat. So I've considered, what do I do then in that situation? Now that I've kind of revalued how I want to play, and established a lot more things like that, because at this point in time, I think one of my favorite decks to play is the Mirako deck still that I have. Where it's like the surveil triggers and everything like that, because I get to kind of be constantly doing certain things, and I get to be able to produce threats. The problem is I just don't have great ways of closing out the game with that kind of deck. Hashton deck is also really fun because I get to constantly be doing stuff, and I get to subvert expectations with that one as well, but also not at the same time. Everyone knows what to expect now from that deck. But the subversion is that, like, when something would normally be bad, it becomes good for me, which is discarding. So what this is all getting towards is the reason why Dragonstorm, Talca Dragonstorm expansion looks so interesting to me is because, I'm gonna be honest, I'm kind of tempted to just go, you know what, I will make a dragons deck. I want to play dragons. I think dragons are fucking cool. Especially with how far I am with the Hashton deck now. I've got Nezahal and Thassa's Oracle in it now. I kind of am content slowing down with that and considering what I would do for another deck. And that's why I'm playing around with that at the moment. If you give me a split second, I can get a very loose idea I have towards it that's using some Dragonstorm cards, and goes to show how much, like, this is well over budget. And is not what I should be running as the deck. Like, I'm gonna say that very plainly now. This is not a deck I should be running. Because you'll see very quickly about the land base that this was, like, based off a lot of other really intense decks, and I'm gonna pull back from that probably a little bit. But I'll show this real quick. And then we'll go back to what I was doing with Shylily. For God's sakes. Thought you want a break from you some time away? Apparently not having a meltdown. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, right? What I'll always say to those sorts of relationship situations, everyone needs a break. And it's not to say that they don't like you, they don't love you, anything like that. It's, hey, look, I need some me time. When you're with a partner, with friends, anything like that, it's a thing to consider. Alright, so this is the deck that I was throwing together and playing around with. Some of these cards are from the Dragonstorm stuff. Mox Jasper is one example there. And I'm honestly considering adding another one or two zero Moxes, like zero cost artifacts. And then like throwing in something else. But you can see from the land base, this is literally every dual land. Like the very old-fashioned ones. That's why I'm like, those are probably coming out for something else. Because they're just not feasible to get these. And I rely on people so much mentally that I can't function without them. Yes, I know I need to get help. Yeah, I mean, if you recognize that as a problem, that's good. That's all I can say to that, because dependency on others is extremely problematic for yourself and for the other people, because then it can, then it can get taxing, and it's not that they don't want to hang out with you or don't want to be around you or anything like that, it's just they need to recharge. Valuing time with yourself is very important. But yeah, so there you go, Matthew, if you're interested. This is why, like, I'm looking at Dragonstorm and I'm thinking maybe I'll do this. Because I can fill this with a bunch of, like, versions of cards that I think are the prettier ones. Like, for example, Swan Song, I can try and go after the Miku one that came out recently. Sol Ring, I can go after the Sol Ring version of the Miku stuff. Stuff like that, right? I can try, like, this would be the deck I would fork out a lot of money for. Not, obviously, fucking nearly 7,000 US dollars, because of just the fucking land base, but that idea. Because, yeah, the land base is 6,000 US dollars if I was to maintain this. Which already means that the rest of the deck's sitting at 800 US dollars, but hey. OG dual lands? Yeah, that's why I say, like, this was based off a lot of older decks. For example, one of the main ones that I used to build this was Brian Kibler's. Have you been? It's been a hot minute. I've been alright. And I understand needing to go somewhere to rant. It's all good. No, it's an essential thing that we need to do sometimes. It's why I go for my walks as I rant to the ocean, right? It's great, because the ocean is always there. The ocean is able to deal with my issues quite easily, and the ocean is also not going to give me problems by telling someone else about these issues. It's nice. But yeah, so the idea of this deck is very clear, is get big ass dragons and play out big ass bitches. I thought this one's actually an interesting one, because like most of the lines of text in this isn't useful, but this part here is so good. Sacrifice 5 treasures to search my library for an artifact or a dragon, then put that into the battlefield. So I can just get a dragon for 5 mana. It's pretty good. Especially knowing that there's plenty of the, stuff like these, right? Dragon enters, deal damage. Either equal to its power or to how many dragons you have or whatever. I think Terror of the Peaks, I think that's getting a reprint in the new one. EDH Rec is an echo chamber though. You can find good cards for the deck. It should not be 100% relied upon. Oh yeah, no, 100%, right? Like that's why I say that's why I'm gonna probably remove these for something else. I don't know what yet though. Because I do want to have the multi-land basing, because the production is pretty even spread, which is nice. What in the what can I say except you're welcome? You get it? Moana? The ocean? Yeah. Exactly. What can I say except you're welcome? But yeah, it's the idea of wanting to, like, I honestly have considered even putting the Surveil lands in these spots, which they're bloody expensive as well. But anyway, I've shown the deck. Magnus of the mode is probably not an EDH rec. Yeah. I mean, that's that thing, right? It's like, I'll also want to stress, these are the cards based on the only ones we've gotten so far from the next Dragon expansion. So therefore, like, objectively, I'm gonna be lacking. I'm currently, the one thing I need to do, and I wish there was like an app for this or something, is to be able to figure out like what sets the vast majority of those cards are from, and see if any of them are like the ones I can get at the shop. When I do like the Friday night grabbing my 2 packs. I don't think there's a thing for that where you can like pump in a deck for that. Gonna find something to eat, might pop back in here and there. Have an amazing rest of your day. All good, and to you as well, Koi. But yeah, it's a difficult one with a lot of that sort of stuff, right? Okay. Deal damage equal to effect time No, fuck, how do I do the wording for the math of this? Right? Yeah. I think, honestly, the problem I'm seeing right now is not the, math being difficult, it's the explanation of the math being difficult. That's the problem, because I can do this effect very easily. We can see that. On knockback, deal damage equal to the blah 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 of your current armor as a percentage of the knockback effect or the knockback distance. Like that. So equal to... On knockback, deal damage equal to % of your current armor percentage of the knockback distance. That is fucking foul. No. That's... no. Like, as a percentage of the knockback distance? That seems better, but not great. We'll do this for now, though. Jin will turn up at some point and, like, tell me how I've got it wrong. They're really good at tooltips. But yeah, no, like, if I was to softly talk on that, deck as well, again, quickly, like, keep in mind, that was a deck I did based on looking at a bunch of dragons that exist in Magic, looking at EDH Rec, and then looking at decks that exist. That's why I say, like, Brian Kibler's was where I got a lot of the examples for, and that's why, like, the land base looks like that, but I can't maintain that, because that's just... dumping that kind of money on a deck is not something I can do, but the reason he's explained why he could is because some of those lands are the lands he originally pulled. Like, this is someone that has been playing since the beginning. Him having a bunch of, like, of the original dual lands is feasible, and dumping them into one of his favorite archetypes, dragons, or well, favorite factions, dragons, makes sense for the deck. it's just not as doable for me. Because I just want a way to get it to work. Because if I put like spelunking in and then the surveil lands, I would have no issue really. Because then that would mean I could still get a good bit of burst and I'd get the surveil triggers. And the surveil lands also have the types on them. Hall of Fame, yes. I mean, he's a very, very smart and incredible player in all the games that he plays. Like, he's just really good at what he does. I still love, like, his story of getting into Commander and how much he enjoys it, so. But that's why, for example, the Ur-Dragon deck that he has is very infamous of, like, nobody really wants to play against it because it's probably one of his decks that he treasures the most. And when you've got someone that's as good as Brian Kibler, when you hear the deck he treasures the most, it's probably gonna mean that it's gonna kick your fucking ass. Because, yeah, I think some people were asking him if he was gonna play in the upcoming stuff, which I think it's gone now, or just passed. No, it's still coming up, in the current Pro Tour, but he said he won't just because he doesn't have the time and because he's also, life issues, right? Because he gets a free entry, right? If I recall correctly, to anything. He doesn't have to, like, do the prep work for one per year. Because he has the special, like, designation from being Hall of Fame. Oh, hello. Oh. Let's see. Yeah, like my treasure, which I stay in, point being, treasure deck are often the most powerful deck they have. Yeah. That's the thing. That's why I say, like, I want to find what my treasure deck is. The deck that, like, I am willing to go, you know what, I will fork out all of this excessive amount of money for. I know it's not the Hashton deck, right? Like, I've seen how the Hashton deck plays, and the only way to upgrade it is to just turn it into a CDH deck, and it's just not funny at that point. It's not a cool deck, it's not an enjoyable deck, it's just a deck that wins. And that's not the point. The treasure deck that I want is not a deck that just wins, it's a deck that does the things I like. And that's why I'm trying to, like, analyze, weirdly enough it sounds, why I, like, analyze my enjoyment. But analyze what I enjoy about the Mirako deck the most. Like, what do I like playing with the, why do I like playing the Mirako deck, and why is it so fun to me? And I think it's because, like, I can get a large-bodied commander out and be a good, consistent threat because of flying and vigilance. Those are definitely big things that I like. And it also means, like, I kind of like graveyard bullshit, I'll be honest. I think I've become, like, if I look at the two main decks that I've been playing at the moment, the Ashton and the Miracle, both like graveyards. Like, both like just dumping shit into the graveyard. Not even using from graveyard all the time, but just dumping shit into my graveyard. It's ironically enough why I looked at, the Final Fantasy the other commander. The one that turns into Hades, the flip side Hades. Like, I've looked at him and I'm like, damn, that might not be a bad shout for me. Because, like, yeah, that means that dumping into graveyard is the idea, and it gives me Dimir, which are like two of the colors I probably enjoy the most. But that's also why that one, I can't remember what it is, but you can play on your turn, play a card of each permanent type. From the grave, that one, it starts with M, I'm blanking. Green, blue, black. That fucking dude. That dude seems probably like one of the best commanders I could ever play. I'll be honest. So a reanimate style deck with a big impact for creature. I don't even know, because like the point is, Mirako isn't starting big. He's a 3 mana 1/3. He just stacks up very quickly. Like, if I wanted a big fucking asshole in the command zone, I would just play that one dude that retains his counters, right? And when he attacks, he gets more counters based on his attack. That one Golgari commander. I can't remember the name right now, but I'm sure I know you remember them. Because I said it one time and you also, you remember their name. But yeah, yeah, that one, Gravetide. Gravetide is definitely one that, like, I genuinely have looked at. I could see myself really loving to play Moldroth. Or Drath, sorry. Drotha. Moldrotha. There we go. Moldrotha. Oh, Drotha, sorry. Moldrotha. Got there. But yeah, Moldrotha definitely seems like possibly the best commander for me. Because while we've played it in Arena and Brawl, right? I loved playing it because I just constantly had plays. And like what I would do is I would sack lands and sack like Solemn Simulacrum, and I could bring Solemn Simulacrum back twice per turn. You can, an artifact that can sack to remove creatures. Yep. No, it's just, there's so many fucking cool things you can do with him. And I genuinely, like, I think even you were the one that described it as, like, he's often just value soup. And I'm not even talking about the fact that it's, like, value soup. It's just, I think that's the style I like. Is, like, constantly being able to do impactful things and rotate things around. And, again, tempo. Tempo is things I like. That's why I actually do think an Artifact Storm deck will be so up my alley. Because, I'll be able to constantly play cards. But, obviously, no one really has Artifact Storm decks, because they're normally either really expensive or really finicky. And not as enjoyable to people. I don't know. I'll have to see as I go through. Like, that's why I kind of want to make an Artifact Storm deck on Arena. Because if I can make an Artifact Storm deck on Arena and enjoy it, then I've got my answer of if I want to play Artifact Storm or not. But that's why I say, like, dragons are very high consideration, or just dragonkin in general. It's a very high consideration in my head of, like, a deck that I would like to make and be willing to dump money into. Like, set aside a little bit of money every week to just constantly be able to tick away at the cards in it, and then eventually have it. There might not be enough mana rock in an arena. Yeah, mana rocks aren't really that as present in arena. They don't have a lot of, like, the original stuff. But they have ways of generating, like, say, the, like, FU. So that's an element of it. And that might be funny. It would just give me an idea of how to play it. That's the main thing. But yeah, it's a difficult thing with a lot of that stuff. Sorry, I'm having also a moment because, like, so this was causing a crash. Because I think it was specifically on the trying to do the damage effect, right? Deal damage failed, yeah. Actually, does this keyword work? No. What is the keywording for null in Game Maker? Data types constant. Hopefully it's under constant. Cool. Point and null. That's what it's called in this. That saves me a lot of trouble. What? Why is this over here now? Let's see if this works. But yeah, that's why I say, like, I think that's gonna be my challenge throughout this year, especially playing Magic, is just trying to figure out what I want to play. Like, I still kind of want to do that Rooms deck at some point, but I know that the style of gameplay that the Rooms deck is trying to do is not actually what I want. Long term is the main way to play, which is why I've waysided it so hard. Because it's like, I'll come back to it eventually. But not while I'm at a point where I feel like I can probably only make one more deck this year, outside of precons and upgrades. Okay, so pointer is not what I need here. It's undefined then, I guess. If you want, you can try out one of my decks next Friday night. That's honestly kind of where I'm at. I'm almost at the point of just like seeing if I can ask people if I could borrow a deck from time to time. Like that's why I loved Dom lent me when we played Friday night last week. Well, me, him, and I can't remember. I think I was playing with Scott and someone else. I'm blanking at the moment. Might have been Jono. Anyway, point is, when we played, he lent me his villains deck, the Doctor Who villains deck, because I was like, I just kind of want to try it. It was very fun. I definitely enjoyed that. It's just the problem of I also don't know what I want to try. Like, this is what I'm, like, at, is, like, I don't know what I want to try. I don't know decks well enough still, and architectures that I don't feel hugely confident. Nor am I gonna often be the one to actually ask, I'll be honest. I have a mental part of my brain that doesn't like the idea of asking for help or other people's stuff, especially, because it just feels weird. So it is down to the other person to offer, which is not a good system for me. But yeah, it's... Because that's why, like, I've looked at the Gates decks that I've seen, because I know, like, the guys that I play with on, like, Wednesdays, for example, in the store. Scott and Jono, and I'm blanking on the other guy's name. I'm terrible with names. Point is, when I play with them, like, I often see the Gates decks, and they're really funny. Reanimator decks? I'm wondering if it's Reanimator I want to play. That's actually another question. Like, it's because that's why I say, like... there is one is creature, one is vehicles. Okay, I didn't get a crash that time. They only take, like, that one. I'm not seeing the numbers well. Let's see, what is here? Maybe my Nazgul deck? Maybe. Like, again, it's that thing of, like, I'm not good at the figuring out at that point. Because, like, it doesn't help as well. My mentality going into the Friday night stuff is that unless I'm playing with a group of people that know that I'm about to play a deck that I've never played before, I'm also hesitant. That's why I like playing, like, beforehand with everyone, because it's great. Because in that point in time, I can play shitty decks to get the shitty decks out of my head and play the good decks later. That's why I play the Hashton deck, right? It's like, it's not an excessively great deck, but it's definitely on the better side, and it's a bit more effort put into it. I mean, I also sleeved up my Gonti deck now, finally. So, technically speaking, just play one of the decks and I get to play the deck anyway. That's the great part about Gonti, is I can play fucking everyone's decks at the same time. It's so hard to see, by the way, if this is actually working. I'm gonna have to look at the weapon script itself and see how much knockback it's doing to ensure that it's actually dealing enough knockback. It doesn't look like it's knocking back at all. What? Let's try this. Cause yeah, like, that's why, like, I know so many people have taken, like, OP combos out of their decks because it's just no longer fun. And that's kind of why I say, like, that Dragon's deck, I don't think I've got any OP combos in it that are, like, perfect cyclical things, but there are also really scary things that come out of that. That's the idea. I think, yeah, at heart, I want to be a green player, but I don't like some of green's play patterns. I think that's the thing. Like, I like the idea of the ramp, I like that, and I like getting big things down. It's just, there's certain aspects of how green plays normally, especially mono green, that I don't think I like. Because it's just, you're so weak to so many things. And then the problem is, it's like, okay, to compensate for that, you'll play like Simic, right? So you actually have blue available to you. Yeah, but at that point in time, just play a landfall deck. That's way better. Means that you're gonna do even more stuff, but die faster, because everyone's gonna target the shit out of you. I have considered landfall decks as well. And that Cascade deck, I thought the Cascade deck's still really funny. Oh no! Oh, that's so fucking funny. Oh no, that's such a good bug though. Oh, that's really fucking funny. Oh no. Oh, my fucking brain. Oh no. Look at this. Wait, this is actually such a cool weapon now though. Oh my god. Oh, that's so fucking funny. Well, her weapon's definitely a lot more unique. The knockback's working. That's something I've done. The funny part is, I don't know if it's noticed, this isn't cleaning up anymore. This is infinite. This is This is so funny. Am I okay? I am not okay. Oh, that's actually brilliant. Oh my god. This here is one of the best parts of game dev, is when shit goes so sideways that it becomes actually hysterical. And I almost want to do something based on this. That's so funny. That's so funny. Oh my god. I feel like these need to be immortalized. It's actually just such a good moment. Oh. There we are. Alright, that's the closest I can get to immortalizing that more amazingly. It does give me an idea for a weapon that I want to do now, but that's so fucking funny. That's so funny. Ironically enough, that was actually a really good weapon too. Like, genuinely, even if I gave it like a duration thing, a weapon that just constantly beams out like that with knockback, actually really good. I gotta do that as a weapon. I gotta do that as a weapon at some point. Spinning blade that upgraded to do more spins. I mean, yeah, basically, right? Like, I could easily do a system like that. Should be fixed now, though. Yeah, alright. Yeah, no, so that's feeling like I'm getting a lot more damage out of the thing now. Even though we haven't actually changed any numbers anywhere. I'm feeling like there's a lot more damage coming out. We still haven't finished the dragging aspect of the whirlpools as well, because we'll need to rewrite how we do pull code. Which will probably be something that's not going to get done this week. That might be like a task for next week. I could try and toss something together, I guess. And then I was going to do something with her ult as well. I was going to make it so you could move during your ult, so you might as well. Like, I don't think it's necessary to lock the player in place for the ult, I'll be honest. So we'll take rid of these two effects. And I believe that's just made the it better. I'm gonna be honest. I'm just gonna quickly toggle the EX value down so I can test that fast. Oh god, I'm honestly a little lightheaded after that. That was fucking hysterical. Okay. Weesh. My eyes feeling twitchy as well. To be fair, I've had like one glass of water today. It's probably not helping. Hydration is important, kids. That's basically everything I thought that the ult should be. For now, yeah. Could be a longer duration, honestly. Yeah, I think this could go to 7. Alright. So... And then is there anything else I can think of? No Shy Lily for now. Anything else I'd do for Shy Lily I feel like's gonna go too far. Actually, before I launch the game out again, I'm gonna write down what we just changed. So Shy Lily changes to ability and EX. Ability rework to deal bonus damage on deck. And EX now can and take damage. Which technically you could, because I had it using an old system that had been reworked out of. There we go. Alright. Let's try another character. What's another character to try out and see how they're feeling in terms of the gameplay? I do think the Shy Lily could still use a buff. I think there's a lot of things I could do. I think her weapon, just pure and simply, once it gets the pull effect going, so once I have pull effect working in the game, she'll feel better, but she'll still not feel there. I'm considering giving her weapon more base area, specifically for the world pull effect. Because I think that's the part of it that I think could probably use the most treatment, because it is a lot smaller and it's partly random. So that's a kind of an aspect. Who do I want to give a trial of to see where they're at? Because I haven't... There's a lot of character... I mean, Mary's one where I've reworked him so much, I don't think there's much I can do other than if I hear people saying Mary's not strong enough, just tweak his numbers. I'll be honest. I can smell you. Vox is one that I still think his damage is a little too low. But that's again, like, his weapon just sucks ass. So, that's a fairly easy resolution. Ironically enough, Matara and Monarch are two that I haven't played in a good little while, and don't know where they're sitting. If you're wondering why I'm not looking at, like, Aura's one that I know needs her soft rework for a bunch of things, but that's because I want to rework a lot of stuff around Rambit, mainly with its AI and mainly with its visuals as well. Like, hugely with its visuals as well, so she's kind of not getting any more treatment for a little while until I have a reason to get all that done. Kason, we've reworked fairly recently. I think she's in a very good spot as it stands, so that kind of leaves Gura, Amelie, and Monarch. Yeah, Matara. As I think of the three that I need to actually have a look at. Because Juniper still needs her finishing of her rework as well. Let's have a little look at Gura. That's not the button. My slippery little thing. What upgrades do we have? Quick start healthy versus harden. Quick start versus haste. I would prefer versus haste. I love when a project progresses and you have to go back to earlier parts to make them bring the quality. Yeah. No, I do like that. It's fun. Oh god, Fluff and Fuzz, man. Such a mess of a thing. Would that even be good for Gura? Actually, yeah. I don't think this would be a solid weapon for Gura. Because, like, I get enough cooldown reduction later so I can fairly consistently be having both effects triggering fast. No, yeah, like, exactly. I think it's universal with everything, because, like, being able to go back and reflect upon what you have improved at. Ooh. I just realized that we've got Kason as the thing. I don't know if Kason's the correct choice anymore. It's an interesting point. But yeah, it's that level of, like, going back and seeing how much you've changed. It's great. It's phenomenal. Ah, that's a bug that I can immediately see. I think it's because there's a space in it. Yeah, I can go fix that real quick. Where's my items? Ah, thank God I was already on it. Don't think that's that. Actually, yeah, no, we can do it in the lobby. Let's think, what would be a better assist for Gura at this point in the game now? Because before we used to use Kason because it gave you a good buff as your assist, but also the ability gave you healing. We probably don't want the healing anymore because we might want to try and go after Monarch's or Amelie's item, which is like you want to be at full health all the time anyway. So what assist becomes good for Gura at that point? What's like, again, keep in mind whenever I do the pre-recommended ones of the assists, it's not the best in slot, it's the most reliable in slot. Right? So, at the moment we've got this, which is Whispers of the Yakuza are enough to gain some power. I think it's just like damage and crit. And then you get restore 2% max health per tick when out of combat. You literally don't give anything right now after the... no. Another another res effect wouldn't be amiss, but is it necessary? Honestly, I think I'm a lead. Healthy haste, healthy harden. This is actually a really hard choice, technically. We'll try and go for crit, so harden's probably better to go into. Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all. This is why I love high risk. What? Interesting. Is this not working correctly? Can you not actually select your assists? I think the player can't select their assist. Or they can, and it's not doing it fully correctly. Alright, well that's fixed. Now we get Red Guru again. As intended. Man, Guru does no fucking damage, huh? To be fair, we are into, what, Harden, right? So, it's kind of telling us that, yeah, Harden's not an easy one to fight, because it is a lot of base armor the enemy gets, I think. Yeah. I still think that EX, if it had just a little bit more visual improvement, would be one of the coolest fucking effects in the game. Okay, so Guru's damage is low. And that's the main thing. The weapon definitely could just go up in damage, I'll be honest. The Pokemon is stronger. The Pokemon is indeed a little bit stronger. Oh yeah, I was needing to fix breakables as well. We need to look at that. I need to remember to be always using the assist, because this has... For some reason it's got Monarch's assist, but Kayson's ability? Running so fast at the speed. Also, is it just me? This is supposed to be where I get the thing, right? Yeah, so that's not working. Like, at all. I don't think I've got another res effect. No. So that's interesting that that's caused an issue here. So, weapon can go up in power level. Assist should be changed to baseline who again? Monarch, right? Is what we were saying. Well, Amelie. Amelie is number what again? It's whatever Guru is, but one more. It's not helpful. Caisson is for Caisson 5, 6, 7, 8. Boom. That's that fixed. Then weapon. No, it's parent scripts. Code. This is the equipment. Here we go. So I need to go find Atlantean Trident. Cool, there it is. And I'm just gonna raise the damage to 6. I don't see anything else I really want to do to it. Speed. Go with that. Then... So I need to fix drops, or the breakables. Why are breakables not turning up? I think that's handled by the controller main on room start. Game. Since destroyed. I just disabled it for some reason. Oh, I think I disabled it while I was doing the testing room. Because it just didn't work in there. Let's see how Guru performs a little now. I'll see if I can try and find the enemy haste one instead, and see if I went too far with the buff. And I was just, like, only seeing it that bad because, we went with hardened enemies, and then from there I might determine enemy, use harden is a little too strong. Always the important things. Okay, I'm gonna show a trick, by the way. If you're ever bored while you're doing this, you can always do this. Healthy and harden. I kind of want healthy, quick start, enemy haste. Perfect. Interesting. Alright. Let's level up Reflection a bunch. Reflection is like just insane, especially on Gura. Ego, yep. So that's obviously working fine now, but that's because that's expected. Her passive still doesn't seem to be working. Because we're not getting, like, the area around us. Yeah, I'll take the crit chance. Fuck it. More crits means more healing, which means more safety. And we can also level up crit damage pretty easily with having the Amelie thing. I'm just getting silly a bit. So again, I constantly want to be doing assist because Amelie's assist is literally just stacking permanent cooldown rate. Gonna head off to do some gardening. All good, all good. Catch you later, Matthew. How's the state of the game? I mean, it's progressing. I don't know what you kind of want me to answer with that. It's a difficult one, because the game's progressing, the game's looking a lot better. At the moment, I'm just kind of testing characters to see some of the older ones, like, how far behind they might feel. Yeah, so breakables are back again. Cool. I fixed that. Yay. I don't know how many patches that's been broken for now. And of course I get the boss spawn, for God's sakes. So yeah, Just Keep Swimming's just not working, I'm pretty sure. So I'm gonna have to do something about that. Good lord, the amount of healing I can get when this just goes through a crowd and crits. Because I'm pretty sure when the Trident is a on-cast crit, so once it crits on cast, it will just, every instance of damage it does is a crit. So it's really good with crit. Because there's 3 different ways a weapon can crit, if it's gonna crit. Which is, on cast, on Actually, yeah, what are the 3 different ways? I know that there's the 2 main ones. Oh, that's right. It's, crit on individual, crit on instance, crit on cast. Those are the 3 points of crit. So what it means by that is, if you, per se, critically chance with a weapon and it does damage every second, it could deal damage to all of the targets that are hit by it, and roll the crit chance individually, or it will roll the crit chance when it would do the damage on the first instance, and then it will retain the crit throughout the whole thing. Basically every step check, or every second, or whatever the time frame is. Stop certain weapons from getting completely out of control. Oh, there's timeline binding. That's what we want. Now we just need to up our crit chance and get like consistent crits and we're good. So we need more instance damage weapons, I guess. Area and instance. So that's why the ink sprayer there would have been really nice as well, but ink sprayer is not better than the timeline binding itself. And here comes the boss. Okay, getting a magnet here is pretty nice. Gonna get a magnet into a magnet. Always fun. Need to keep full health so we get the bonus to both damage and area, though the area is not as substantial right now for us. More the damage, because we are actually falling really behind on damage. Like, really behind. There we go. This is kind of the point of where Gur is supposed to be. Slippery and instances of just so much cooldown reduction. God, that noise is gonna get on my nerves though. Duh, 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 duh. Alright, we need to add a system for variance and audio, just to naturally deviate things a bit better, break things up, improve upon it. Especially with like high frequency like this. This is actually driving me insane. I need to leave it now. Okay, so we need to, there is a system I already have in place for this. I just need to make it into a script, I think, and process it. But from that, I was still seeing Gura's damage just kind of lacking. And the fact that her passive isn't working means that there's an argument I could just, like, slot something new into the passive. Because I'll be honest, she does not need that passive. That passive was not good. It's stacking movement speed up until a point, and then when you're at max movement speed, you get damage area around you. From that specific buff. I don't think that's necessary. I really don't. So what could go there instead? Let's do our planning thing again. Can't go any further back. Alright, controlling it. So, let's go through what is up with Gura at the moment. So, Gura... damage is low. And... passive... Okay, so damage is low, passive is broken. Just best to replace at this point. So, what is Gura doing? Gura's traits are movement speed, cooldown, kiting. Okay. So, movement speed, cooldown, and kiting. These are our main things. What do we got? So we've got a weapon that's ranged, that deals damage linearly. Nice and cleanly. Cool. Alright, that makes sense. We have a lot of cooldown reduction and movement speed from her ability. Not her ability, her item, sorry. And then we have her res effect from the ability. Which I don't think the res effect's changing. I think that's perfectly fine. So I like it as well, because it's a free EX trigger. Right, so that's always a nice one. I don't think I want to buff Trident's damage specifically more, because the more I buff it, the scarier it gets, because it is already a piercing weapon. Like, it goes through enemies to deal damage. Like, that's very scary. Because that notoriously, in the development of this game, has always been the strongest weapons, is the weapons that do that sort of aspect. They go through damage. Fun fact, Aura's weapon used to be that to begin with. She used to have her wave effect right away. And she had the best weapon in the game, and she was objectively one of the best characters for the longest time because of that. Just purely because she had the best weapon, and because you started with it, that's just good. So... yeah, the question becomes... It's hard to kind of go through and figure out a good answer for these. Like, what is a good effect for kiting? Slow enemies? But I don't want to... steal movement speed from enemies? How would I do that? I mean, that's just literally slow them and take that value that would be slow. But how do you... Nah, that would be an awful experience to try and code that. I'll probably do something about that at some point. She's got a res effect. I don't want her having healing. She doesn't need it. I mean, I could give her a getting not hit passive, right? Like, when not hit, do something. Kind of technically what she's already got at the moment, right? It's when hit, you would lose stacks of the movement speed buff. I just don't think she needs more movement speed. Genuinely, once the item procs, she gets more than enough movement speed. And I believe who is it again? Is it Cinder has the passive that's movement speed converts to damage? Yep. That's her passive, and I'm pretty content with it staying there. Yeah, the fact that, like, if you look here, Gura is still using old code for how everything's done. Like, it's a full-on, raw constructor. Whereas, like, we use the, more fancy, constructor 1 now. This is literally just an actual constructor. Like, not even, like, this is the other thing. This is what it actually is. So it gives me an opportunity to fully write it from the ground up. On damage, have a chance to send out a wave that knocks back enemies. Would that be an interesting idea for her? Yeah, but it would make her basically immortal unless I put a cooldown on it. Like, even if I make a random direction, there's an eventuality that you get enough instances of damage that you literally could never be interacted with outside of a boss, I guess? Maybe. The problem with that is that, like, it turns her into a weird build where, like, her optimal way of playing would be to make it so she can take, like, a couple of hits in the late game and then just do so much cooldown reduction that it's not funny. Like, ironically enough, at that point in time, her best team up would probably be Iron Mouse, just so you had so much healing that you, as long as you didn't get one shot, you'd be fine. And that's the problem. So I probably can't do that. Not for the passive, no. Um... 3 support meta in Marvel Rivals. Hell yeah, let's go. More supports. Give me more. Now people will actually play them. Now we just need someone to play a tank. Or Vanguard or whatever the fuck they're called again. I don't know what I want to do for Gurus of passive. No one dies for like 30 seconds. Yeah, no, genuinely, like that's the thing, right? Is as long as it doesn't die, it's fine. You need to do one-shot damage to fight that sort of bullshit. It's great. So I expect, like, the thing to do in that situation, and this seems really harsh, is to make a healing deficit. So if you are healed by multiple instances and within a certain amount of time, healing becomes less effective. That's how you actually fight that sort of thing. But it's such a shitty rule to implement. Because the other way to combat it is even more toxic, if you're wondering. The other way to combat it is to introduce more one-shots. Because that's the only way to counteract that effect. Burning the hell so fast the enemy can't heal in time. Yeah, like, that's the idea, right? Is, like, I do appreciate, though, that the game more or less is self-balancing with its metas already. That's cool to hear. But, like, that's immediately my thought process is, like, if the meta doesn't shift enough, that's what it would have to be done. I hate rules like that. Anytime you have to make, like, special rules like that, you've probably got something going wrong. I do point at League a little bit for that one, because they've got a rule coming in where, like, rotation stuff. To stop people rotating too early to, like, try and take a tower, there's gonna be a bunch of, like, negative effects and all that. And counter all damage that just melts people. I mean, that's fine, right? Like, a lot of those team-ups felt very situationally thing, and, like, you see it coming as well. So you can do work around it. Like, while it itself is probably uncounterable, you can prepare for it. That's the idea. I still think the team-up mechanic is one of the cooler things that they've done for Marvel Rivals. I think it really added a lot of charm to the game. When you touch point. How long does it last? Is it like just a 5-second effect, or? Because if it's 5 seconds is the longest that should ever be, and even then, that's pretty long time. Because that's enough to swing the game a little too much. About like 10 seconds. Nah, that's far too long. They could easily pull that down to 5 seconds and it'd still be more than impactful. Like, In my experience with those sorts of games, a fight lasting 10 seconds is normally a bad sign for both sides. Because basically nothing happened then, right? Whereas like 5 seconds is a really short amount of time, but a lot of time for a fight to just go sideways, especially if you're doing that kind of damage. I don't agree with 10 seconds, personally. But it's also not my game, not my decision. They have more resources and evidence available and at their disposal for these sort of decisions. Me being some rando that doesn't even play much, if at all, since release, probably shouldn't be the one commenting on it. Oh, actually, random fucking thing I just got reminded about by talking about League a second ago. League has renounced some interesting stuff. They have basically backpedaled, in a sense, on a lot of things. They've given chests back and all that. It's a combo ability. 2 players need to have ultimates ready for it. Oh, it's double ult requiring? Oh, then I think that's kind of fine. I mean, winning a round by spending 2 ults in the right location sounds correct. So, I'll give it that. But you know, so League has chests coming back, a lot of other things. I'm gonna be honest, one of the things that got pointed out, and I agree with the sentiment, is so, when the chests things was happening, we saw a player drop, and we don't know if it was chests related or what, but like we saw a notable player drop, like percentage that was above 10%, right? And that's really bad for League, because League is a game that relies very heavily on maintaining its player base, and the problem is, why that's the case is very few people are coming back into it. Like, its player base doesn't grow as much as it retains. And if they're losing retention, that's really bad. Yeah, they're not like some of the comments that I was seeing thrown around by a lot of people. I think certain people were being extremely negative to the wrong places, and it was almost disgusting. That's why, like, what they said in the, kind of like the short thing, talking about this new change, is the fact that, like, they missed the ball. They calculated something out that they thought was not as necessary to the gameplay and to the game feel, and then they decided to try and remove that. In the process, they alienated a shitload of their player base, and from there, they're like, oh, no, this is very bad. Very much hostile, but I expect that from LoL players. I hate that I agree with that sentiment. Like, video game players in general, especially those like on Twitter and such, are just tend to be some of the worst kind of people. They tend to not value or care about whoever's on the other side of what they're saying, which is just disgusting to me. Like, you should probably give a shit about whoever's on that receiving end. But, you know, I'm here high, exactly. But no, like, that's that thing, right, is, yeah, I just dislike how League community handles a lot of things. Do not get me wrong, I've said this before, like, Riot have done a lot of good things, so they've earned a fair bit of good graces and, like, leeway. I will not deny this situation was probably one of the few times I will say that there was a fair solid amount of justification in how the players were upset, because this ruined that. Now, arguably speaking, technically, The amount of chests obtainable now is less. However, for the average player, it will be more. I try to say that I'm from Poland. That's kind of funny. But yeah, so some of the stuff that they've explained, like one of the biggest things that they've announced, and I'm gonna be honest, this is actually the big fix to a lot of things, is that they're halving champion costs in Blue Essence. I think that's actually the correct call, like hugely, because that enables people for getting into the game easier. And that's the big problem of League is a a very hard game to get into. The hardest part about getting into League is the learning the game, right? Like, there is an assumption that you go into League with some understanding. Not everyone is, though. So they might not even understand the movement systems, how to cast abilities, when to cast abilities, resource generation, all of these mechanics. And the argument before for keeping certain prices high for characters was to stop players from playing a character that was far outside of the reach of what they probably can handle, and overloading them with complexity. That's why Garen's so cheap, right? Annie's so cheap. Like, these champions that are, no matter how you look at them, even in pro play, the way they play in pro is it's more about the choice of when to do things, less about what they do. Because they're so simple. That they allow for so much more complex choices to be made by the player on a grander scale. And that's great, that's awesome. But halving all of the costs is great because now it means that those players can get access to a much more substantial roster sooner, and might get to the character that got them to want to play the game sooner as well. Like, the amount of people that might say, watch Arcane, and go, you know what, I want to play Victor, or Jace, or Jinx, or Vi, now can play them a lot sooner. Now, would I recommend all of those champions to a new player? Fuck no, Jace and Victor should stay out of the hands of anyone that's not ready. I stand by that. Jace is one of the more, like, you are either a Jace main at heart, or you don't want to play Jace. Like, just straight up. That's just how Jace is, as a champion. I played a lot of Jace in my time, and I'm still not that great with him, but I can still do a shitload of weird, wacky combos on him that are super good. But it's just really hard. Getting your timings right, cancelling the autos at the correct point so you get, like, the reductions and the bonus damage where you need to. Like, fuck, if I recall correctly, and this is something that a lot of people might not know, if I remember, you can auto-attack when you cast his melee E in a specific way that means you'll hit them before they get out of the range. Played Big J and just gotta say is spam buttons. Yeah, that's what most people are gonna do with Jace, because they don't know what they're doing. Whereas, like, in my case, I know when to switch to what mode, and what combos to pull off in what exact moments. Like, I can do a 100-0 combo very easily on him, especially nowadays with the lethality items that exist. Back when he was a bruiser and you could still 100-0 fucking champs, it was insane. But he's a little less capable of doing that now. The point is, he's a lane bully, is the mistake that a lot of people misunderstand. It's like, he beats most people because he has access to 6 abilities at level 3 instead of 3 abilities. And he can be a ranged champion in the top lane that can fight ranged champions, and a melee champion to burst them, and then also a ranged champion to harass melee champions, and a melee champion to bruise them. Like, when I explain that, you're like, oh yeah, no, there's a lot going on there. That's why I like him. But yeah, that's why I say, a person getting into the game because they watch Arcane and it's like, I want to play as my sexy fucking husbando Jace, and then just like miserably crying as they don't understand how to press all the 7 buttons at the same time. And do his like quarter-second combo where you just do all of this weird shit and attack like 3 times somehow. No, I think you can only take twice in the half-second combo. Point is, yeah. I was playing against a beginner player and he was insulting me for using range in a melee fight. Yeah, that's exactly, right? Like, this feels unfair, and that's gonna be a hard thing to learn. It's regardless of if they're new or not, they can feel really awful and unfair. Fuck, there is people that have played the game since the beginning that don't rank up because it's more fun to play at a lower rank. There was actually specifically, I can't remember the name of them. In range with me with Darius, and I was just kiting him. Well, I mean, to be fair, that's the weakness Darius has, right? Is Darius is literally susceptible to kiting. That was his balance mechanic. He will kill pretty much anyone in the top lane that isn't ranged. But no, so there's one of the the people that work at Riot that play a league play at like fucking Iron or something like that, and they play Draven, and that's because they just play to win the lane. They don't play to win the game, and that's the thing that they enjoy about the game, is that they can just kill someone and kill people and dominate them over and over again because they've got the talents for that. They don't fucking know how to win the game from that, nor do they give a shit to. They just want to kill people, and that's fucking great. That makes sense. And it's like, that's when I'm having fun. And it's like, good, you're having fun with the video game. That's great. Do that. I'm gonna be honest, in Iron, that sounds great to play like that. Especially as a Draven, that must be so much fun, because he's just such a great champion to kill people with. All the audio, fanfare, and everything like that when you kill someone with Draven is just the best feeling. That's why I play only when playing with friends. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, I've said this before, I only play League in ARAM, events, and that's it. I have not played normal Summoner's Rift or ranked Summoner's Rift in years. Actual years. Like, it would be... When was the last time I played normal League? When was the last time I played normal League outside of ARAM? Let's actually go look it up. It's because it's actual seasons ago. I can definitely say that. Like, it's genuine. OP.GG. I love how I put an O and it gives me fucking dominoes. Okay, so this is going to be my account that I have played on for a while. It's a fairly old account. This is the one that I actually play on and would be the only one that would have something. Yeah, that's it. Gotta love the seasons. Yeah, it's actually probably a relatively solid answer there. Season 9? Oh no, Season 9's when I got my account stolen, right? Yeah. So normal would be the last time I played. Yeah. It just doesn't have an answer. Go to ARAM though. Yeah. Nah, nothing. There you go. So, there is a good chance I have not played on Summoner's Rift outside of a specialty mode, like, Earth. It's like if I do this, boom. 22 days ago. Yeah. No, I probably haven't played actual League of Legends since like Season 8, Season 9. What season are we on at the moment? Meanwhile, if I go to, like, TFT version of this... You'll see, 3 weeks ago, mind you, I haven't played for a good hot minute, but... I'm halfway decent. Most champion? I'm guessing most played champion? Swain, Rumble, Elise, and Bessie and Garen. That makes kind of a lot of sense. One cost. Powder! Maddie. Yeah, well, that's to be fair. If I'm running Maddie and Steb, then I'm playing, like, Enforcer, and I do really well with Enforcer. Rel. I mean, who doesn't play Rel? Vlad. Yeah, it's because I'm doing Black Rose, typically. Swain's just an easy answer. Yeah. I haven't played much with Jace. Really should. He's actually a lot better of a character than I give him credit for. You can also see the occasional game that I get dragged to play, like, here. Where I go and play, like, the fucking, the other set. I swear this hasn't been updated. No, this hasn't been updated till recent. Wait, I know I've played since then, right? Yeah, because I know I played another game of this. I'm at 3rd, yay! So there you go. I don't play League of Legends. I hate League of Legends. I like playing TFT and I like playing ARAM. From time to time. I haven't played in ages though. Maybe I should fix that. Play some more ARAM when I get free time. Oh, that's probably why I haven't played ARAM in a while, is because I play it when I have free time. I don't fucking have any! Ah! That's always the best way to do it, though. Alright. I still have no good idea for what I want Guru's passive to be, by the way. I have been thinking about it this whole fucking time. I just can't think of a good answer. The problem is, and I will openly admit to this, when I think of kiting, I think of Callista from League. That's it. I only play TFT. TFT's great. But the problem is, it takes so long to play each game, and nowadays you have to focus so much more on the game. I can't, like, just play it as a game to relax with anymore and just, like, watch stuff. Or not as easily. And that's kind of the disappointment for me. Best I can do is say something unrelated, like, go on, devil. What do you got? Cat girl model. Did a 2-hour stream saying yeah and doing stupid cat stuff and only ended it with a cat model getting hit by a train. That sounds like a really funny stream idea. When am I getting my cat model? My cat girl model? Hell yeah. To be fair, we still need to figure out how I'm getting an actual model of my own at some point. We probably should consider that, right? Still don't know what style I want to do for my, like, a stylized custom one. Nor who would I, like, go through to get it done. That's the problem with that stuff, is it's just, like, it's so hard to make that decision. Because if you're gonna do that from external, so I wouldn't be doing it, for example, then that's a lot of money. And that's why I do this, because this is a free model, and I do want to pay the person that actually, like, supplied this. To get the slightly better upgrade, but also just to support them, because they've done an amazing job by letting me being able to use this, right? Not that they're technically letting me in the sense of directly, but, like, allowing for their model to be used in this context. Nah, if I make a model for myself, very specifically, I would want to go, like, very intense and make sure I get a good quality one. So that means a few $1,000s at the very least. Ha 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 ha. Fuck! Yeah, it's not happening for a while. I'm content leaving it like this for now. I wonder if... Because, like, I want to kind of almost make a math joke for a passive. Or a joke at up. Right? Like the good old A. Up. Movement speed, cooldown, kiting. What are the weaknesses of those things? And that don't just make it super broken. So frailty, which we're retaining that because she has a res effect. We want a way of probably giving her damage. But it has to be, like, conditional, I guess? Like, I could give her stuns of some kind, but I feel like that's a dangerous and slippery slope. Like, if I give her a passive that's literally while you're not taking damage or while you're at full health, gain damage, just feels boring as well. And it just means that her kit falls apart if you take damage. At least with the old system, when you took damage, you didn't fall apart. Sun will be exploded for sure. I mean, like, when you're talking about a kite build, it's like, yeah, if I was to do something, it'd have to be a slow or a knockback. But that's why I said, like, earlier, the idea of having, like, say, a chance on hit to send out a wave that knocks back enemies. Doesn't do damage, but knocks back enemies in a random, like, just randomly around you. And say, like, it sends out a wave in a direction. Random direction. Even that's gonna get to the point where, like, in the late game, you're just never gonna get hit, right? Like, super, super late game. But when are you ever gonna get to that late game? That's not the point of the game. It just feels like there's not a great immediate answer, and I think I need to really sit down and think about this. Like, sit down with, like, pen and paper and really go through every single possible thing for Gura. Especially knowing that, like, yeah, movement speed, cooldown, and kiting are the, like, main traits of her kit currently. So how do I supplement those? Because, like, I could give her evasion, but, like, evasion just feels boring. In that context, right? Because at that point in time, it's like, cool, it's not taking damage, that's great, that's the point of what you want. It's, like, weird damage mitigation. But is that really all that interesting? Like, I'm not gonna lie, there's a part of my brain that's like, what if I just gave her passive the ability to, like, get more, like, pickup range? Because that would probably be worth it for kiting, because it means that you can stay away from the groups more. Like, have more pickup range. Like, significantly more pickup range. But it's gonna do something else. I can't just go like, cool, I'm gonna give you like a fuckload of pickup range so you can pick up half the screen away from your passive alone. And, like, I don't want to encroach on Mumei's territory as well, where Mumei is supposed to be all about pickups with her kit. Because Mumei's about cooldowns, resets, and pickups. What if I give you a benefit while moving? So that's what the passive currently does. What if while moving, you generate more EX charge? I was gaming with Malith in the background, and now I watch Malith with my character dragging his legless body back to town in the background. Wait, what? What am I doing? Barely halfway there. Yeah. I wonder though. It's like, wall. Kenshi in a nutshell. So while moving, I kind of like the idea of a while moving effect for Gura. Momentum based. I mean, I could just do increase. Damage. And EX charge. That doesn't seem like a bad EX to me, a bad passive. Teaches the player what they need to be doing with the character, which is constantly moving. Means that I'm keeping the original philosophy of the ability here, which is, like, while moving, do stuff. Alright. I'm gonna screenshot this. And then I'll work on that off to the side at some point. I'm probably gonna call here. Because I'm starting to get hungry and thirsty, and I have a lot of things I need to sort out by the end of the day. Editing, shipping off some documents. The fun stuff. Tomorrow will be Pokemon, which will be fun. And I need to set up a new thumbnail for Saturday. So I kind of want to talk about that a little bit now that I think on it. So Saturday's going to change a little bit. Saturday's going to still be mostly like Magic the Gathering sort of shite, but I'm going to shift it to card games as a broader term. So we can play some like Hearthstone and shite as well. So, because I think the last couple of streams, I noticed I just kind of felt like I was very aimless with a lot of it because I really wasn't actually playing it. but it leaves me room, so like if one of my mates wants to come play Magic, I can play Magic. If I want to just play some Hearthstone and play through some of that, I can, so on and so forth, right? So we have options available to us. I would also play Legends of Runeterra, but that game does not like me streaming at all. It server errors. Like straight up, which is insane to me. But, well. So, with that being the case though, thank you so much for watching, I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome, stay awesome, and I hope to see you again next time. Until then, bye-bye. There we go, that's the right screen.